On the gates, they're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's God's Angel sending for the front end. Junior's Pal wants a share of the lead as well. And then 2.5 back to Bee's Blessing, splitting rivals up into third. Magic Beach to the inside of Vino's Valentine. Those two at the back of the pack as they streak past the half-mile pole. It's Junior's Pal has the inside and the lead over God's Angel in second. First quarter mile in a contested 22 2/5. Third place, Bee's Blessing, and about 5 lengths off the lead. And then the back two horses, Magic Beach to the inside of Vino's Valentine at the back of the pack. God's Angel takes over. God's Angel at the quarter pole takes over the lead from Junior's Pal. Then about 7 lengths back to the other three. Magic Beach up the inside and Vino's Valentine on the grandstand side now up into third and 7 lengths off the lead. God's Angel wins the battle with Junior's Pal. It's Vino's Valentine is on the outside in second, closing in 3 lengths off the lead is Vino's Valentine. God's Angel leads by 2 over Vino's Valentine. It's God's Angel in the opener. Vino's Valentine second, Magic Beach third, fourth. And they're off. Lady Isabella Celeslia, 3-9's Fine, all going out for the lead. It's 3-9's Fine who has the inside and a slender lead over Celeslia in second. Snowbuddy Blink, one of the grays, outside in third. Banking Silver behind horses fourth. Lady Isabella shuffled fifth, 3 lengths off the lead in a gap of 4 to Bourbon Slip, who's taken up residency at the tail of the field. Entry into the turn. It's 3-9's Fine with the lead. Celeslia's in second. Snowbuddy Blink 3 wide third. Banking Silver still covered up in fourth. 2 more lengths back to Lady Isabella fifth and a margin of 4 lengths to the trailer. That is Bourbon Slip. A quarter of a mile left to travel. 3-9's Fine and Celeslia first and second. Banking Silver now angles to the outside for clear running room in third. Now up into second is Banking Silver, 2 lengths off the lead of 3-9's Fine. 3-9's Fine set down for the drive. Banking Silver outside second. Celeslia 1 paced in third. 16th to go. 3-9's Fine and Banking Silver first and second. Here comes the winning line. 3-9's Fine won't be denied today, defeating Banking Silver. Then I was Celeslia. And many lengths back to late. It's a winning mutual. Double, $41.34. Exacta, $9.50. Trifecta, $3.14. Dime Super, $1.83. Third race from Finger, all in the gate. And they're off. It's Easy Village sending out for the lead. Playing on Broadway, displaying speed. And here's Clume. Clume gets to the front end. Playing on Broadway second. Easy Village tracks in third. 3 more lengths to Rocksteady Babe in fourth, who's 2 lengths in front of the trailers. Scarlet Queen is to the inside of Fairweather Lover. As they have about 3.5 furlongs to go in this race, and it's Clume on top by a length. Easy Village picks up the tempo outside second. Playing on Broadway, losing touch at this point in time. Now in a joint third with Rocksteady Babe. 2.5 lengths back to Scarlet Queen in second last, and Fairweather Lovers at the tail of the field. As they wind their way past the quarter pole, Easy Village takes over the lead from Clume. Rocksteady Babe continues a rally on the outside in third, and then it's Playing on Broadway fourth. They got 3/16 to go. It's Easy Village who scampers clear by 7 lengths over Rocksteady Babe, who's up into second, and then the battle for minor awards, Playing on Broadway and Clume, but easy winner, Easy Village wins under a hand ride. Rocksteady Babe second, Playing on Broadway third. Clume holds on for fourth. $12.20. Race 4 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 3, Wisecracker. Exacted in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Shake It for the Bird sends out for the lead. Isolodoro forwardly placed towards the inside. Joe G, 23, settles in third. And then it's Busy is about a length in front of Momahomie, who's at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. Shake It for the Birds on top. The lead's a length and a half, too, over Isolodoro, who's prompting outside in second. And then it's Joe G, 23, who races in third. 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 to Momahomie, who's tugging at the jockey to go on in fourth. And 3.5 lengths to Busy, who is at the back of the pack as they race up the backstretch. Shake It for the Bird leads by 2 lengths over the 1-9 favorite Isolo Doro outside in second. Joe G23 is a clear-cut third, then 2 more lengths to Mo Mahomey, who's about 6 lengths in front of Busy at the back of the pack. The opening half in 49 3/5. On to the far turn. Shake It for the Birds lead is a length with 3 furlongs to go. Isola Doro now asked to go after the leader in second, as it's Mo Mahomey is a ground-saving third and a length and a half off the lead. Joe G23 is under a drive in fourth, and 3 lengths to Busy, who's at the back as Isola Doro takes over the lead at the top of the stretch. Isola Doro opens up by 3. Mo Mahomey second. Shake It for the Bird is all out in third, and the others are far back as they run to the 16th pole. It's Isola Doro who widens the lead to 7 lengths over Mo Mahomey. Isola Doro breaks the maiden today. Mo Mahomey second. Shake It for the Bird third. Busy. Pick 3, $8.84. Race Mart. And they're off half a step tardy, both Tap It Easy and Just a Guy. It's Painting Stones and Cool Hand Rich. These two blitz out for the front. Swift Bank behind the speed in third, 3.5 off the lead. A gap of 2.5 lengths to Sharp Playboy in fourth. 2 lengths to Tap It Easy in fifth. A margin of about 5 lengths to Swedish Candy, who's about 5 lengths in front of Just a Guy in the 7th and trailing position. Well strung out. They got 3 furlongs to go. Painting Stones, first quarter was in 22 2/5. Painting Stones has a lead by a half length. Cool Hand Rich shadows that one outside in second. Swift Bank trying to get into the race in third. Tap It Easy's on the move on the extreme outside in fourth. And then it's Sharp Playboy towards the inside fifth. Many lengths back to Swedish Candy and Just a Guy as they turn into the stretch. Painting Stones cuts the corner, has a lead by 4 lengths. Sharp Playboy, Tap It Easy second and third. Then it's Swift Bank and Cool Hand Rich. 16th to go. Painting Stones leads by 3 over Sharp Playboy and Tap It Easy. It's Painting Stones, the huge favorite, who will get home in front. Sharp Playboy second, Tap It Easy third, Swift Bank fourth. Dime Super, $10.25. Pick 3, $4.39. Consolation Pick 3, $2.53. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $111.26. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start, then a couple strides after the start, Unified Smile had the check. It's Light the Mirror who's barreling out for the front end. Signal Chat trying to keep up in second, 3 lengths off the lead. Find Me a Prince is outside of her in third. And then it's Wayward Queen who scrapes the paint in fourth. Unified Smile's outside of her. They're now third and fourth as Find Me a Prince has been shuffled back to second last. And My Gorgeous is outside of her at the tail of the field and about 6.5 lengths off the lead. Light the Mirror with 3 furlongs to go has a lead by 2.5 lengths over Signal Chat in second. Unified Smile under a busy ride in third, then 2 lengths to Find Me a Prince and My Gorgeous as Wayward Queen has been shuffled back to the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Light the Mirror is in charge, comes off the turn leading by 4 lengths over Signal Chat and Unified Smile trying to cut into the margin of Light the Mirror's lead. Light the Mirror's lead is down to 2.5 as Signal Chat and Unified Smile are second and third. One goes outside, one goes inside, but Light the Mirror still has enough here in the late stages to get the win. Signal Chat second, Unified Smile third, fourth. They're all in the gate. And they're off, taking up a couple strides after the start, Honey Bunny. It's Honest Reason dashing out for the front end. Spun Size on the far outside. Stunning Sugars in between those two in third. Now only a half length off the lead in a joint second. April Storm towards the inside. Fourth, length and a half to Lipton Laws. A length and a half in front of the trailer, Honey Bunny at the back. Half mile to go. Honest Reason leads by a length and a half over Stunning Sugar and Spun Size in pursuit second and third. April Storm towards the inside in fourth. 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of 2 to Lipton Laws, about 3 lengths in front of Bunny Honey. As they leave the 5/16 pole behind, Honest Reason, the lead has been reduced to about a length over Stunning Sugar and Spun Size Outside second and third, April Storm shaking up towards the rail in fourth, and is Lippin Law in fifth. Honey Bunnies trails the field. They got 3/16 to go. Honest Reason, homeward bound, has a lead by 3/4 of a length. Stunning Sugar tackles outside second. April Storm towards the inside. Honest Reason has been passed by Stunning Sugar. April Storm up the inside second, but it's Stunning Sugar in front. April Storm second, Honest Reason third, Lippin Law fourth. Time for the eighth and final, about 20 minutes at 4:32 p.m. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Freedsdale and Allure of Money. These two jet out for the lead. Count Frost, he's got this. Big Rich, third, fourth, and fifth. Cascade Cruiser will be stuck out wide around that first turn. And Tapazar's Tempers at the back of the pack. One big cluster as they navigate that first bend. It's Allure of Money to the outside of Freedsdale, as it's Cascade Cruiser improving on the outside, though wide in third. And then it's Count Frost, who's in amongst horses in that middle cluster with Big Rich, as it's Count Frost now shuffle back to second last, 6.5 off the lead, and a length and a half to Tapazar's Tempers at the back. First quarter mile timed at 24 seconds. Freedsdale and Allure of Money. These two continue to spar for the top spot. It's He's Got This, who's 3 wide. Cascade Cruiser in the 4-path. Big Rich behind that 4-horse Barricade in fifth. Then about 6 lengths to Tapazar's Temper second last, and a few more lengths to Count Frost, who trails. The opening half in 48 seconds. The top 4 within a half length of each other, as they got Cascade Cruiser making a 4-wide bid for the front end. Freedsdale's at the fence trying to keep position. And then it's Allure of Money. From far back, that's Tapazar's Tempers going about 5 wide into the home stretch. Big Rich is looking out for some racing room along the rail. Wide open here as they reach the top of the stretch. Freedsdale, Cascade Cruiser first and second. Big Rich in some tight quarters. It's Tapazar's Temper on the grandstand side. 1 furlong to go. Cascade Cruiser forging to the front. Tapazar's Temper on the outside. Big Rich finally gets some clear running room at the fence. In deep stretch, it's Cascade Cruiser and Big Rich. Cascade Cruiser wins over Big Rich. Tapazar's Temper third. Free knocked to 63.60. Trifecta $142.35. Pick 3 $71.83. Pick 4 $92.07. Pick 5 5 $104.86. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Live racing continues here at Finger Lakes tomorrow, Tuesday. First post 12:55 p.m. Programs available for download for free at fingerlakesgaming.com. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes listed as fast. 55 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes. And I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race. No try. No superfecta, no trifecta wagering. Have a couple scratches of the 2, Dance and Jane, and the 4, Lanchura. Dance and Jane, Lanchura, 2 and 4 out of the first. Late work for number 3, Rose Lisa. Workout took place at Finger Lakes June 4th, 4 furlongs fast surface, 53.20 breezing. Late work for number 5, Hidden Rose. Workout took place at the Belmont Training Track June 4th, 4 furlongs fast surface, 49.75 breezing. Second race. Jockey change on number 5. Ironman Ira to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis on number 5. Ironman Ira in race number 2. Race number 3, couple scratches. Scratch the 1, Renew the Blue. Scratch number 6, True Violence. 1 and 6 out of the third. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering on race 3. Race number 4. No changes. No changes in race 4. Race number 5. Got a jockey change on number 4, Solo Street to Andre Worry. Andre Worry on number 4, Solo Street in race number 5. Late work for number 1, Pauper King. Workout took place at Finger Lakes June 4th, 4 furlongs fast surface, 50.30 breezing. Race 6. Got a jockey change on number 4, Doha Desert. Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis on number 6, Doha Desert. And we got a jockey change on number 8, High Yield Hunk. Luis Perez. Luis Perez and number 8, High Yield Hunk. Race number 7. Scratch number 3, Miraviglioso. Number 3, Miraviglioso out of race 7. 8th and final. Scratch number 3, Deputy Tremont, and number 4, Rockable. Deputy Tremont and Rockable both out of the 8th race. Jockey change on number 6. It's not over yet. Stephen Frett. Stephen Frett picks up the ride on number 6. It's not over yet. That's a look at your scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Got about 52 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm David. There I am. I'm David Tice. I am here for this 8-race card. Got a couple pick fives today to play. We got racing tomorrow. Got some nice weather out there. Hopefully the rain holds off. There is a chance for some rain later this afternoon. Got to thank jockey Jose Rojina for the Fedora. I'm going to pick him in the last race. No surprise there. He's probably going to be 1 to 5. But thank you to Jose. I owe him. We'll be looking at this card. We did lose a couple of tries and tries and supers in a couple of races, including the first. But I thought the late pick 5 was probably the best play today. If you're looking at it as far as attacking where you're going to wager. I mean, everybody's got a different way to wager on cards, and some people are better playing exactas, tries, supers, pick fives, whatever. I just thought one of the best value wager here is the pick 5. We had a great day yesterday, some close finishes, and I'm trying to think how the track was playing. Probably back to leaning towards being a little bit quicker. I mean, I remember last week we had a couple days where the track certainly slowed down and we had horses from off the pace do well, but yesterday seemed like we were back to inside, and speed had a little bit of an advantage in some of these races. And we're starting to go a little bit further and further. We got some more route races, including the first race, which goes a distance of 1 mile. And again, we did get a couple scratches in here. Scratch the 2 Dancing Jane, and scratch the 4 Lanchura. Is Oscar not going to make the trip here? His kid coming a pretty good boxer. Really tough to go against Miguel Clement's horse, the 5 Hidden Rose, just off the company kept. Now, obviously there's some vulnerability. She's only had 3 career starts. This should be a lot easier than the allowance race she comes out of on the turf. I mean, those are much, much tougher horses. That's the first time against older horses, as her other 2 starts were against 2-year-olds as a 2-year-old. But you look at her first career start, going the distance of 1 mile, obviously off a lap, it's her first career start, and she looked good winning. Again, she was able to add Lasix last time, but on the turf, so first time on the dirt with Lasix, first time against older horses and on the dirt. There's a lot to like. She's the horse to beat. Not a lot of early speed, though. And you look at this race, with the 4 remaining horses, you know, you got Candia's Dandy and Montauk Mystique would be the ones that have some early pace to them. Hidden Rose does not. So if somebody gets away with an easy lead, maybe 51 would be awfully slow for 1 mile, but it's possible with the lack of pace in here. I mean, Candia's Dandy and Montauk Mystique are both stretching out to the route, and both of them do have some route speed. So the pace could be a factor if you're backing Hidden Rose. You just kind of hope that not one of those 2 horses gets away. I thought Montauk Mystique would be the most logical to win this race, depending on what Candia's Dandy's doing. You know, I don't know how good Candia's Dandy is. I mean, she broke her maiden for 5,000, and she did it convincingly. Obviously, she didn't beat much. This is a big, big step up for Candia's Dandy. But you can't fault her for the last race, and you can't fault David Oyola for taking a shot after watching how easily she beat the 5,000 maidens. Hard to say. But it does seem like Montauk Mystique would be the most logical horse to beat Hidden Rose. Now, you do have Rose Lisa in there. Her form isn't that good, but you can't knock anything that Linda Dixon puts out. I mean, Linda Dixon winning at a high percentage this year, shooting at about 50%. Hard to beat that. A lot of those horses are horses coming off the layoff, a lot of 3-year-olds, which is really tough to do here at Finger Lakes. You don't see that a lot. Horses first start as a 3-year-old against older horses, running primarily, obviously, against the 2-year-olds last year. It's a tough move. There's a small percentage of them do well, and the rest of them seem to run in claimers. She's done a good job. Second race, a $5,000 claimer going a mile 70. Like in these route races, But this one's difficult because you got horses without a lot of activity this year. And that's a problem when you're talking about a route. And the ones that have run, a couple of them for Matt Clark, didn't do so well in their first couple starts of the season, although they're both going to get better distance today. Talking about Retail Man and Ironman Ira. The other horse that had a start was Co-Conspirator. Probably wish that he didn't. He ran so poorly. But, you get that start, you get a race under you, and he probably needed the break. This horse was running a lot, then made a couple starts in the fall, and then took the break. Was running in New York last summer and last winter. He's back and forth, making a lot of starts. How many starts has he had total? 67 starts in his career. So the break probably did him well, and he probably needed the race. I don't know if he's good enough to beat Mad Magic, though. Mad Magic to me, is the horse to beat in here. And we haven't seen too many starts for Michael S. Ferraro. I don't know if we've seen any starts for Michael S. Ferraro. He likes to take his time, especially with these horses that go long. What's the point in running this horse short? He doesn't train him into shape, or he doesn't race him into shape. He trains them into shape. And if there's a trainer that can win off the layoff with a horse like this one, it's Michael S. Ferraro, the best trainer on the ground. So it's just a matter of pace, I thought, more than anything. I'm not so concerned with the layoff with Mike Ferraro, especially in a field like this one. I'm more concerned about pace. 30 Oysters is the speed, but you got to think that he probably needs a race. He's coming off a layoff since November, so I would assume that he's going to stop. But Mad Magic's going to probably be last early, so he's got to hope they really come back to him. Like I said, probably lean towards speed a little more yesterday than it did last week. That might put Mad Magic up against it, so in that sense, he's a questionable play if you get a short price. I wouldn't like him at a short price, but if he's going to be like 5-2 or 3-1, probably worth playing. Gliding a Fleet is off of the layoff as well. Not much activity for last year, or maybe I would have took the horse on top. He wouldn't be as far back as Mad Magic. Problem is just that. You look back, he ran in 24, and then he only had 4 starts total in 2025, and then comes off a layoff again here in 26. So not a lot of competitive activity, at least recent competitive activity, for Gliding a Fleet. Obviously, Dana Saul's off to a good start. She was doing well in New York over the winter, too. Speaking of Linda Dixon, Dana Saul's been both hitting the board and winning at a high percentage so far this year. She's doing a great job. It's the daughter of Sendham Saul and Beth Miller Saul. She's following in their footsteps. They're great horse people. And she's doing well. And this horse has got a figure. The last time this horse won was at Presque Isle. Was claimed out of that race. I think Steven was aboard, the rider today. So he knows the horse. And he's better than most of these. Again, just not a lot of activity for him. But he could be tough in here. And he's got 3 wins of his 5 at the mile and 70 distance. Perfect distance for Gliding a Fleet. Had to throw somebody in for third. That's a tough one because you got Co-Conspirator only 1 start this year. Retail Man's had 2, showed nothing. 30 Oysters is probably the speed as far as he goes. Maybe he doesn't stop if speed's good, but Ironman Ira will be closest one to 30 Oyster. He may even press. I like Jackie Davis picking up this mount, not just because she was my co-host before, but I think she's going to do well with this horse as far as getting him out, getting out there with 30 Oysters. And if 30 Oysters does stop, Ironman Ira should have a little more fitness than that horse with the 2 sprint race that he has under him, and he might be able to take over before he gives it up. The form on this horse is horrible lately. Ever since being claimed, they haven't figured this horse out. Eventually they will because, his first start here was absolutely dominant. So which Ironman Ira is going to show up? I'm going to use third. Somebody's got to be third. You might as well use a long shot third. And there's some question marks about the 2 I got on top, too. They're both off a layoff. Makes it a tricky second race. Go to the third. No try, no super, no show. Scratch the 1, renew the blue, and scratch the 6, True Violence. Who doesn't like True Violence? I mean, I like this horse before, the scratches, because, and I think it's even helped even more. Racer X might be able to put this field to sleep. I know Ragtime Prankster's the only other one that's got any kind of early speed, and he's not as fast as Racer X. And Racer X isn't really a speed horse. I think he's just going to inherit the lead here. Well Suited is a deep closer. Connect the Brox is a deep closer. Therefore, the closest one to him is Ragtime Prankster, and he's not as fast. So the races that Racer X is coming out of and what he's close to puts him on an easy lead in this race. Now it's the question, is he good enough at 6 furlongs with an easy lead to hold off the closers? Well, Connect the Brox and Well Suited aren't going to have anything to run at. I mean, I thought Racer X, he's got no excuse in here unless Ragtime Prankster does really go after him. He looks like the main speed. Well Suited, yeah, he ran a good race off the layoff going 5.5, but you can't create early speed with these horses. You could be aggressive with them and keep them in range and just hope you can get to the horse as they hit the top of the stretch and turn it into a sprint to the wire, or catch them with some momentum if the horse gets tired on his own. That's all you can hope for when you're talking about pace flow. But it just seems like it favors Racer X. There's a couple of races today where I don't think they're necessarily by far the best horse in the race, but they're going to have that big tactical edge. And we get these 4-horse fields, sometimes that happens. Okay, we go a mile again in the 4th. It is an allowance race, never 1-3 condition. Man, you got a pretty expensive horse here with Merciless Annihilator. What a name. I would have played a True Violence with Merciless Annihilator double if True Violence didn't scratch. That would have been the play, right? Merciless Ray Mercer. I don't know if any boxing fans remember him. You got two good names. Annihilator would be a good boxing name, too. This will cost $330,000 as a 2-year-old. Linda Rice has got a few in today. She's been emptying the barn the last couple of days. And this one comes off a victory in a 2 lifetime in New York. The number is good enough to beat these. If he could, all he's got to do is repeat that last effort. I think he beats these horses. So I'm going to go with Merciless Annihilator. How can I not go with Merciless Annihilator on top? That's the question. Go Yoshida. I was actually impressed by how this horse looked. The way his stride down the lane and the size of this horse, he looks like a horse that wants to go longer. But I thought he ran well. I mean, the horse that's second, Not for Hire, is running later today, and he ran by him with no resistance. So, and Not for Hire is a good horse. I like him a little bit in that race. So the extra distance should be, he's out of a Dam by Mineshaft. It's a Yoshida. He just looks like a horse that wants to go longer. I mean, sometimes they have that punch in the sprint when you're a big, good-looking horse like that, but a lot of times they're just better going long. We'll see. And this will be the test for Go Yoshida, named after the sire. Horse that might get overlooked is the 5, Not for Nothing. I thought the horse ran okay last time. Doesn't get much respect when he comes here at the window. Remember the day he had all that trouble and he came back a couple races later and won at a big price? He was 17-1 that day. And he's an interesting horse. He's not the most consistent horse as far as winning. And you see his races on an off track. I don't think he likes an off track. The race that he won here on a muddy track was kind of favoring his running style a little bit, because there's different off tracks. Sometimes you get that sloppy, sealed racetrack where it's hard to close on, and sometimes you get the muddy track where they're opening it and it's drying out, and it gets a little heavier, and then the closers come up. So off-track breeding doesn't always tell all the story when you're talking about how horses have done when there's moisture in the track, because sometimes it plays to their running style, and even though they may not like the moisture in the past, they may like that particular racetrack. They're just educated, some people. I think 90% of people look at that and don't take that into consideration. So 465 in race number 4. Yeah, a couple of Linda Rice horses seem to be very live today. Merciless Annihilator. I'll change my name to that. That's a cool name. Fifth race, maiden race, going 5.5 furlongs. In a way, it's a tricky race, but I think once you look a little closer, you can narrow this one down. Stay Frosty, my friend. The two races that he comes out of, the 25 Open. Now, the 35 or the 25 state breds, when they run for those claiming prices, the New York bred maidens, they're not that strong. And they come here and they do well against our maiden special weights. But a 25,000 open maiden claimer, not restricted for state breds, those are simply better than our New York bred special weights. So, with that said, Stay Frosty, my friends, not that badly beaten in his 2 starts. Last time tried going a mile and didn't work out. So he cuts back in distance here. This one is a half to Crypto Causeway. Donna Beretta, you think of Crypto Causeway. Remember last year's Leon Reed? So close. I thought the horse actually won. You know, I was outside. I didn't know if he won or not. Almost pulled off the upset over Jack and Bernie. What a race that turned out to be. He even had the long inquiry and everything. But this is the half to that horse. And you can see he's got the same kind of running style. Sit back and make a run. So he's a little more at the mercy of the pace here. But you might get a little bit of false pace. There really isn't any strong speed horses in here. But then again, nobody's really going to get out there and control the pace, it seems like. It is only 5.5. And that would probably be the downside if you're playing Stay Frosty, my friend. That lack of early speed and that short distance of 5.5 furlongs. But he just might be better than these. You'd like him a little better at 3/4, though. Grizz at the Gate did have a troubled trip in his debut. And the winner kind of got away on the front end. There wasn't a lot of speed in the race. Beeves Blessing opened up a big lead in there. And Grizz at the Gate was trying to cut into that, but nobody pressed Beeves Blessing. He had everything his own way. And this one had a slow start, had traffic problems, and still ran a pretty good second. Any improvement off of that race, especially getting out of the gate better, you have to think Grizz at the Gate's going to be awfully tough in here. But as the favorite at 5-2, I would prefer 7-2 on Stay Frosty, my friend. But these seem like the two main contenders in this race. Hamilton's Reason, probably the best of the rest of them, you should say. Ran a decent effort off of the layoff. I don't know if he's going to improve off of that one. I mean, Bill Bartlett's really good off the layoff. He will go first-time LASIK, so he's making one change that could be a positive that might put him closer. And then, like I said, there isn't a ton of speed in here, but he's not that fast either. But he'll be close up. Got him third. And I'm going to throw a first-time starter in there. And this one's a real interesting one. It's a horse by Connect. Talk about Cryptic Bond, the 8 horse, the Windy Lee Farms. I mean, they're good. All their horses are good. This one is a half to Coin Jar. Pretty speedy horse is Coin Jar. And a good horse, good allowance horse here is Coin Jar. Not the fastest of works, though, for Cryptic Bond leading up to this race. But that breeding is there, and that is good breeding for Windy Lee Farm. Maybe he shows a little more speed on race day than he's been in the morning and be in this race. But certainly the breeding's good enough to win this race, or at least be a contender. And he's a big price, 15-1 morning line. Kind of watch the board, because that might tell you the hint of whether this one's going to be good or not. I know you can't do anything in the early pick 5. You won't know till race time. See that early money come in on the horse. 6th race was a tricky one, and it's going to be a good one. I think the last time they ran this condition or this race, there was like 3 of them on the line together. That's how close it was, and I could see that happening again. That's how evenly matched these 2 lifetime allowance horses are. It usually is a pretty good condition. You got horses off the maiden, you don't know how good they are. You got horses from New York coming out of the one other than. And the horses that have been running here can improve, especially if they have only one start like Hey Pal. I expect Hey Pal to improve. And the reason I say that is watching the replay, he looked like a horse that needed the race. He got a little tired down the lane, and he still only lost by a couple lengths. I mean, he got passed pressed all the way with instant success. Um, and like I said, didn't fade all that badly. And here comes Sweet Time and Sunday's Currency late, and they're all clumped up together. Hey Pal faded out, but again, it was his first start of the year. He was running as a 2-year-old. They thought enough of him to run against some tough horses in the Aspirant and the New York Breeders' Futurity. It wasn't like he ran that horribly. They tried him in the New York Stallion Series race. Yeah, that's even tougher than our 2-year-old stakes. I don't know. Maybe they thought well of him because he won so well, and maybe he fooled them by liking the off track the day he won on November 12th. Maybe sometimes horses will fool their owners and trainers by running big one day, that they think, okay, maybe I got a stakes horse here because they dominated meetings because they like the racetrack or something. And that might have been the case, but he also might be that classy. He's got some classic New York bred breeding with Bustin' Stones out of a dam by Freud. And like I said, I like his last race. The money showed on him too. It was first time Lasix, and he just got a little bit tired, like he needed the race off of the layoff. Take a shot off him. Yeah, he's 7. He'll go off higher than that. I mean, not everybody can be 5-2, 7-2, 3-1, 5-1 like the odds have here. They'll be pretty more spread out. I think the Linda Rice trainee will probably take more money. Not for hire. I'm going to use for second. It's had a little more chances. But speaking of, I guess you could go to school to see how Go Yoshida does, although that's a completely different type of race because it's a route. They paid $200,000 for this horse as a weanling. He took money in that last start and now stretches out. I'd say it's tricky to figure this horse because they were running him primarily on the turf. And he does have some turf breeding. The dam's a half to a greatest stakes winner on the turf. So that tells you right there. Although not this time, yet Lemon Drop Kid, it seems like that's more route. And they're running this horse sprints on the turf. Maybe that's not the best distance, more than the surface is considered. And maybe going long on I think going long on the turf is where this horse needs to be. But maybe going long on the dirt will be better than going the short on the dirt. Although hasn't run bad at all with 2 straight seconds. And, the horse that beat him the race before, that Prince of Dance, is a pretty good one. That one came back to win. And Go Yoshida, we don't know if that horse will come back to win or not because he runs earlier today. They actually got him as a morning line favorite, so that could make Not for Hire's race look even better. Strong player, obviously. Linda Rice has got another live one. She's the morning line favorite, but tough to gauge this one too. I mean, caught the slop. I mean, the race came off the turf. I don't know if that was the intent to. Obviously, I don't know if she was a main track only or not to run an off the turf race, but they certainly bet him. They bet him down to be like a 7-5 favorite, and man, did he disappoint. The races before aren't bad. The one other than allowances, those are good enough to beat these. But I got some question marks on this horse. I think it's a positive because Linda Rice isn't afraid to drop him when she sends these horses here. So the fact that he's in an allowance race is a big positive for Caddy Master. Consider they only claimed the horse for 17.5. He could have run for 11-9, and that wouldn't be that much of a drop. So I think that's a positive from a handicapping angle, that when he comes in here, he's running against allowance horses. They must think at least somewhat highly of him. And then there's the one Sunday's Currency. I mean, he was right there. He sat a nice trip chasing, and then Raylu really powered him through. At the end, it just didn't quite get there. Didn't quite get it by instant success. Who kind of got away from him a little bit. Shows that Sunday's Currency can get the distance, though. And he'll stay at a mile today. Any improvement could put this one in the winner's circle. Obviously, got to use them in the number. I'm going with a 6, 7, 2, and 1 in our mile event of race number 6. It should be a pretty good race. Okay, we scratched the 3, Maravaglosa. Well, this is like the earlier race I was talking about with the lack of speed. You got to think Idle Gossip has a chance to control the pace here. It really is a question, is he good enough off the layoff? This horse has been off since September, but he's got a big and I mean big tactical edge on this field. Nobody's even close to as fast as Idle Gossip. Maybe Moontown, who sent hard in 22 last time, beat up on an easier field in a paceless field. But I don't think he's got the kind of speed that Idle Gossip has when Idle Gossip wants the front from the inside. So that's kind of how I see it. I don't know if the fitness is going to be an issue for Idle Gossip at 6 furlongs here. I mean, that's no guarantee. You're coming off the layoff going 3/4. But one thing you say, he's got no excuse as far as the pace scenario is concerned. He is the controlling speed of race number 7. It's just a matter of that layoff. Irish Jackson, the morning line favorite, and deservedly so. Horses run against better horses, and recently running against better horses in New York. Well bred. They paid $82,000 for this one as a 2-year-old. And the dam's a half to a greatest stakes winner. Of course, that's on the turf. Interesting horse that you could make a case he does have some turf breeding in there as well. Likes an off track. I know there's a chance of some rain later, and that may help Irish Jackson. It's Jackson if you're nasty. The 4, Apollonia Vitelli. That sounds Italian, right? This one ran second last time, and that was off of a long layoff. So you're looking for a horse to improve off of a race, probably this one, because he ran good. I mean, he ran strong down the lane. It was Zen Lu, who I believe was out of condition that race, who just kind of held the inside and went on to win. It was a speedy inside track that day, and a lot of horses weren't closing, and I thought Apollonia Vitelli actually ran pretty huge to run second to Zen Lu. Question is, how good was that field? This field's a little bit better than the field he comes out of, but he also could be a little bit sharper making his second start in 2026. Then there's Dia Nipotina, getting no respect at the windows. I think I picked this horse second last. I mean, 10-1 was a huge price for him. He keeps going further. 4.5 to 5 furlongs to 5.5 to 6. Problem is we don't have 6.5 or 7. After this race, he's going to have to go to a mile if he wants to keep progressing to the longer. But it's working. I'll tell you what, it's working because he's got some punch in these sprint races. I mean, he beat up on a much easier field last time and now moves to this spot. Normally, the 1 State Bred is easier than the 3 Lifetime. Not this time. But he's at the mercy of the pace, and there really isn't any. That's the problem. And she did get a pace the 2 races that she won. Not sure she's going to get the pace today, but at least she gets more distance. She's hit the board almost half the time the distance, so she's probably a good underneath play because of the lack of pace in here. Let's look at the last. We scratched the 3, Deputy Tremont, and scratched the 4, Rockable. I think Engelhardt's going to control this race. I mean, and it's really tough to go against Aries Magic, and I got to pick Jose Rohina. He had 2 wins the other day. Jose doesn't ride a lot, doing well, and he's been riding for this stable who wins at a high percentage, My Purple Haze stable. So, I mean, that helps too. But I guess there's some question marks. I mean, this horse is taking an absolutely monstrous drop to 5,000. He was off badly last time. There's a lot to like. I mean, if he runs his race, I mean, obviously somebody's going to take him today, which is maybe a little bit of a red flag because you're giving the horse away, and he looks like he towers over these. It does look like he's going to win if he runs his race, but that is a little bit of a red flag. Why is the horse running for 5,000 when he has an excuse last time? Like him. Hard not to. I thought the main threat is actually the other Chris Engelhardt trainee. He's off a layoff, but his numbers are better than the rest of them in here. And Johnson Charge has always been competitive, whether it's the 11 and then dropping to 5 last year. I mean, at the end of the year, he kind of tailed off, but he dropped to 5. And he hit the board around behind Brewing. Brewing had been running against tougher competition earlier in the year. Well, what does that do and what does that mean? Well, he's eligible for the waiver claim because you dropped for 5 at the end of the year, Now you could come back off the layoff for 5,000 and run against easier horses than what you were running against last year. And that's the case, and I think he's the main threat. Yohita Moneymakers off the last race is better than the rest of them. It's that simple. It's St. James, no early speed. It's not over yet. Not sure what to expect from that horse because his last race wasn't good. Redoubtable Ripken beat absolutely nothing last time. So, I mean, that just says Yohita Moneymaker will make you a short trifecta. Nothing else to like in here. Ran a good second. Going 5.5. I mean, Julie Pearson is just sitting on that first win. She's going to get it. Maybe it's this one. It's the other horse in here once you get past Engelhardt. So, not really going out on a limb in the last. You really can't wake anybody else up in there. I'm going to go with the 2, 8, and 1. Well, there's no 9th or 10th race, so that's the last race. And those are my selections for today. So good luck with yours. Make sure you play our pick fives. Those are the best wagers. Race 1 is the early one. That one is a mandatory payout, which means if you don't have the 5, it pays out 4. The late one has the carryover, so you got to hit it. That's races 4 through 8. Seem to be pretty good value. I know yesterday was a little bit on the short side, but that was you got to take what they give you. It was a pretty easy card, but it was a little on the short side. But the week before, a couple of them were really big. What was the pick fives on Tuesday? They're absolutely huge when you go back to last Tuesday. Maybe they'll be like that today. We'll see how this racetrack plays. Again, we're getting nice weather now. There is a chance for some rain later. We got one more racing day this week. It'll be tomorrow, and we have a 12:55 first post. And I'll see you then.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2 and 4. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Number 1 is Candy is Dandy and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Rose Lisa and Jackie Davis. Number 5 is Hidden Rose and Cabercoa. And number 6, Montauk Mystique, Oscar Gomez, the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Track is fast. approaching the gate. And the fillies and mares have reached the starting gate for race 1 from Finger Lakes. Candy is Dandy into line. Rose Lisa. Hidden Rose. And Montauk Mystique. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Quartet got off to decent beginnings. It's Candy is Dandy from an inside post going out for the lead. Montauk Mystique camped on the outside in second. Rose Lisa behind the leader Candy is Dandy in third, and a length back to Hidden Rose, who's in the fourth and trailing position and about 3.5 lengths off the lead. As they circle around the first turn, the pace is certainly controlled. Candy is Dandy on top by a length and a half. Montauk Mystique second, first quarter mile, and the casual 25 and a fifth. Rose Lisa in the red blinkers now losing third to Hidden Rose, who's on the extreme outside and 2 lengths off the lead from first to last as they travel up the backstretch and to the half-mile pole. Candy is Dandy doling out the fractions, the lead's a length. Montauk Mystique's on the outside in second. The opening half in 49 3/5. Hidden Rose committed to go 3 wide into the far turn in third, a length and a half off the lead. And Rose Lisa now in the fourth and trailing position. 3 abreast with 3 furlongs to go, and the pace quickens noticeably. Montauk Mystique takes over, but it's Hidden Rose on the outside in a blink of an eye, going from third up into the lead. Montauk Mystique all out in second, as well as Candy is Dandy third, and a few more lengths back to Rose Lisa at the top of the home stretch as they turn into the lane, and it's Hidden Rose. Hidden Rose widens the lead to 5 lengths over Montauk Mystique. Candy is Dandy is in third. Rose Lisa fourth. 16th to go. It's all Hidden Rose. Hidden Rose crushes the competition in here. Hidden Rose by double digits. Montauk Mystique second. Candy is Dandy third. Rose Lisa fourth. Five, 6, 1, 3. Hidden Rose first. Time for the mile, 139.81. First race official, $2.14 the winning mutual, exacta $5.38. Official winner of the first, number 5, Hidden Rose, Kentucky bred, 3-year-old bay filly by Connect out of Emma Rose. Adelphi Racing Club, and Cold Press Racing, the owners. Miguel Clement is the trainer, and Cabercoa, the winning jockey. Sienna Farms, bred Hidden Rose. Second race from Finger Lakes put Jackie Davis on number 5, Ironman Ira. When play show, exacta try, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in about 22 minutes at 1:26 p.m.
All right, no doubt about that winner in race number one. As Tony used to say, if it were a fight, they would have stopped it, as Hidden Rose just absolutely dominated the competition in race number one. Went down to 1-9 and won like a 1-9 in the first. That was Cabercoa for Miguel Clement to get us started. All right, let's go to the second. A little more competitive is the second. Actually, this is a tricky race. It goes a distance of 1.70 miles, beaten 5,000. I say that because you look at the board, and the horses that they're betting to be the favorites right now haven't been out this season. So that's the tricky part of it. Mad Magic, who's the most logical horse, hasn't run since November. 30 Oysters, who's taken some money because he's the speed, hasn't been out since November. He's getting some play as well. See if he could carry his speed. He's got that tactical edge. But again, he's got to go 1.70 miles coming off a layoff since November. And so I thought Mad Magic, as far as the layoff trainer, you got the best trainer at the track, and Mike Ferraro. And this horse was facing tougher before doing the end-of-the-year jam so he could come back for a waiver, as a lot of the sharp owners and trainers have been doing here. And Mad Magic didn't really fire that day, but that wasn't the point. He was really just getting eligible to come back and to run for 5. So things worked out in that sense. And here he is against a real weak bunch. It's just a matter of will he get enough pace to run at. Fitness shouldn't be that big of an issue. He's working well. It's just 30 Oysters is going to be out there. Co-Conspirator and Ironman Ira will be chasing. It's just a matter if they come back, Mad Magic will be the one to pick up the pieces, as he's the deep closer in here. These 6 horses is Gliding of Fleet. Gliding of Fleet's getting a little overlooked right now at odds of 8-1. He's another one coming off the layoff. Didn't run a lot in 2025. Only made 4 starts, but he won one of them. That was the day he was claimed. And he caught mud the one time that he ran here at the end of the year. Now, he hasn't had much success here. He hasn't hit the board in his 6 starts here at Finger Lakes, but he's got 3 wins at this distance. And other than Mad Magic, there really isn't much in here that if he runs his best race, he could beat these. I use him for second. Somebody's got to be third. I know 30 Oysters going to take a lot of play. He's one of those horses that'll win or just completely stop and run off the board. Not sure what's going to happen there. But the 2 Matt Clark horses here both have fitness edge on all these horses. They've got a couple sprints under them and stretching out, while some of these horses haven't even been out this year. And of the 2, I thought Ironman Ira, at least with a little bit of back class, I should say, or just showed at least some talent early in his career. Hasn't shown much lately. Probably needed a couple of the sprints. Now will stretch out to the route. He should be better going long. And with Michael DeVille off his mounts today, Jackie Davis picks up the mount for Ironman Ira. Chance to be third. I thought maybe not as good as Mad Magic on paper, but could be better than the rest of them on fitness if he's able to get a nice trip along with the speed of 30 Oysters. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You have 5 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Mad Magic and Luis Perez. Number 2, Retail Man Oscar Gomez. Next up, number 3, 30 Oysters with J.M. Rohina. Followed up by number 4, Co-Conspirator Nasario Alvarado. Number 5, Iron Man Ira, Jackie Davis is the jockey change. And number 6, Gliding a Fleet, Stephen Frett is aboard. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. 6 pack to go a mile 70 yards. 4 to 5, number 1, Mad Magic. 2 to 1, number 3, 30 Oysters. Co-Conspirator goes up. Ironman Ira. Mad Magic. $30 Oysters. Now Ironman Ira. Gliding a Fleet to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Decent start. 30 Oysters, as expected, setting out for the lead. Co-Conspirator accompanies that one on the outside in second. Ironman Ira's in third. Retail Man towards the inside in fourth. Then it's Gliding a Fleet, who's deep on the course in second last. And Mad Magic's at the tail of the field and about 10 lengths off the lead as they navigate the first turn. 30 Oysters off the inside has the lead. Co-Conspirator outside in second. And then it's Retail Man in the red blinkers towards the inside third, a gap of 2. To Ironman Ira in fourth. Then we come back to Gliding a Fleet in second last, who's about 2 lengths in front of Mad Magic, who's at the back of the pack. First quarter, 24 and a fifth. Up the backstretch they travel. 30 Oysters and Co-Conspirator, no change in the order. It's Retail Man nudged upon to keep up with the leaders in third, and then a space of 3.5 lengths back to Mad Magic, who goes from 6 up into fourth. Gliding a Fleet towards the inside second last, and Ironman Ira's at the tail of the field as it's Retail Man it takes over from 30 Oysters. Co-Conspirator has no more to offer. Mad Magic's on the outside now, up into third, but 8 lengths off the lead. Second last, Ironman Ira, and Gliding a Fleet is at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Retail Man's in charge. Retail Man comes off the turn leading by 8 lengths. 30 Oysters is in second. Mad Magic is down the center of the course in third, and many lengths back to Co-Conspirator fourth. As they run to the 16th pole, it's Retail Man. Retail Man crushing this field. Retail Man's going to win by a big distance. Mad Magic rallies for second, 30 Oysters third, and Co-Conspirator fourth. Number 2, Retail Man first. Second, number 1, Mad Magic. Third, number 330, Oysters. Fourth, number 4, Co-Conspirator. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Retail Man. New York bred, 5-year-old bay gelding by Leo Frick out of Never Miss a Trick. BRG Stable owns, Matthew Clark trains, Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. Turning for home thoroughbreds partners and Leo Frick Syndicate bred Retail Man. $51.36, the winning mutual. Double $52.02, exacta $114.66. Dime Super $31.55. 50-cent trifecta $58.52. Onward to race 3, no show wagering. Scratch the 1, renew the blue, and number 6, True Violence. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. When in place, exacta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post time, race 3 in about 20 minutes at 1:56 p.m.
All right, a little bit of price in the second race as fitness does matter. Retail man with a fitness edge with a couple of sprint races as a couple of those favorites were coming off the layoff, and that made a big difference as far as getting the victory and putting some value into that early pick 5. We scratched the 1, Renew the Blues, scratched the 6, True Violence. So no try, no super, and no show wagering in race number 3. As far as the pace scenario here, the horse that has the biggest advantage is the 3, Racer X, who appears to be the controlling speed of the race. The only other one with speed would be the 5, Ragtime Prankster. The other ones come from far back. They're more closers like Well Suited and Connect the Brox. No early speed for either of those. So Racer X could be the one to control the pace here. And he's not that badly beaten, sitting close to, last race was a good race. Nikos was good in the condition, and Sweet Tone just needed more distance. But either one of those two would be heavily favored against this field. So that third place finish, still probably good enough to beat these. And then, if that scenario happens that way, then you got who's going to get second. And you look at a horse like Well Suited or Connect the Brox, they're one-run horses in these sprint races. Obviously, neither one of them has anything to run at because Racer X is the main speed. But it could be an advantage for Well Suited getting a race under him and going a little further, 6 furlongs, that he could put in a late run here. And if Racer X does come up a little bit short, Well Suited would be the most likely one to chase that one down and get the win. Although Connect the Brox is a good underneath horse. But the problem with Connect the Brox, he's 1 for 36. Even though he does hit the number a lot, hard to use him on top and more of a second or third horse. So when you're talking about a 4-horse field and playing pick 4s, you probably don't need to use him. No try, no super, no show in the third. Scratch the 1 and the 6.
Horses coming on the track. Race 3 from Finger Lakes. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Scratch the 1 and 6. Number 2 is Connect the Brox and Jeremiah's Flores. Number 3 is Racer X and Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Well Suited and Luis Pena. And number 5, Ragtime Prankster, John Barrios aboard. Post time in a few. Two minutes. Approach of the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Quartet to go 6 furlongs, 3 to 5, number 3, Racer X, 5 to 2, number 4, Well Suited. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Not a good start for Racer X. It's Ragtime Prankster who sends out for the lead. Well Suited's in second. Racer X towards the inside third, now up into second. And 3 lengths back to the trailer, and that is Connect the Brox. Up the backstretch, Ragtime Prankster able to clear off by a couple lengths over Racer X, who defers in second. A length and a half further to Well Suited, who's in the third spot, and 2 more lengths to Connect the Brox at the back. First quarter, 23 1/5. Ragtime Prankster leads this quartet into the turn. The lead's 2.5. Racer X a clear cut second. Well Suited third, and 7.5 lengths off the lead, and 2 more lengths back to Connect the Brox, who trails the field. As they wide the way to the quarter pole, Ragtime Prankster taken on by Racer X on the outside. Well Suited's in third and about 5 lengths off the lead, and Connect the Brox is at the tail of the field as they turn into the lane. Ragtime Prankster, Racer X. Racer X able to go on by Ragtime Prankster at the furlong pole. Well Suited down the center of the course. 3 lengths off the lead, 16th to go. Racer X, Well Suited on the outside. It's Racer X. Racer X prevails over Well Suited. Then it was Ragtime Prankster and Connect the Brox. Three, 4, 5, 2. Number 3, Racer X first. 6 furlongs, 112.62. In the winner's circle, Racer X, New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Cantharos out of Tweet Street. Windy Lee Farm owns, Jonathan Buckley trains, Kevin Navarro the winning jockey, Twin Farms bred Racer X. $3.58 the winning mutual. Daily double $101.02. Exactus $7.72. Onward to race 4. Race 4 from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time race 4 in about 20 minutes at 2:25 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 4. Racer X, some anxious moments as he stumbled at the start. So that changed the complexion of that short field race, and Ragtime Prankster was the one who got the lead. And Racer X had to stalk and make a move and still prove best. Despite the stumble, still won race number 3. Kevin Navarro, good job by him. That's a very patient ride, and it gets the win for John Buckley. All right, late pick 5 starts with race number 4. We're going to go a distance of a mile. Probably a few of them you can make a case for in here. Start with Merciless Annihilator. Certainly one of the top horses for names. This one, they paid $330,000 for a 2-year-old. Obviously, you got Audible on the sire and Bodemeister on the dam side of Kentucky bred. And is running in the lifetime conditions in New York, but was well met as a 2-year-old, as was running in open stakes races at Saratoga, at Prairie Meadows, and then before going to New York. And seems to be putting it together against restricted 3-year-olds. So an interesting spot for him today. This is easier than what he's been facing. And in the present form, you got to think he's going to be awfully tough in here if he repeats his last effort. Merciless, Ray Mercer, Annihilator. The 6, Go Yoshida, looked pretty good in victory. First race over the track. It was Not For Hire, who also runs today. That one's stretching out. It looked like that one was home, but Go Yoshida showed some late kick. Good-looking horse is Go Yoshida. Certainly looks like a horse that would want to go longer. And he's going to go from 5.5 to a mile today. Obviously would be no surprise if this one can get the right kind of trip to win. The 5 is Not For Nothing, which might be overlooked in here. I mean, this horse is at 7-1. It's coming off a decent performance in this condition where he ran 4th behind Lone Speed winning Seems Like Destiny. And that's turned out to be a pretty decent field. So if this horse loses by less than double digits against them, and put up a good number, by the way, which is very competitive here, his previous races were on off tracks at Mahoning Valley. He's a little bit on the inconsistent side, but he does like this racetrack. Both of his career wins have come here at Finger Lakes, and he did run 2nd in a sprint stake as a 2-year-old as well. So he likes this track, and it shows. Any improvement from the last start might put this horse in the winner's circle, and he's getting no respect at all, currently at odds of 7-1. So the pick 5 starts with the 4th. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available here.
Coming on the track, 4th race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Evander Keen and Jackie Davis. Number 2, Bolt to Run and Jose Ventura. Number 3, Blame It on Daddy and Andre Worry. Number 4, Merciless Annihilator and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5 is Not For Nuttin' and Emmanuel de Diego. Rounding out the field, number 6, Go Yoshida and Cabercoa. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go a mile. Even money number 4, Merciless Annihilator. 5 to 2 on number 6, Go Yoshida. Now 4 to 5 on Merciless Annihilator. Top 2 favorites coming off of respective wins last time out. 2 more left to load. Not for Nuttin and Go Yoshida. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Merciless Annihilator who accelerates out for the front end. Go Yoshida's on the outside. Blame It On Daddy saving ground towards the rail. Not for Nuttin is outside of Blame It On Daddy for 4th. Then 2.5 lengths to Evander Keen, who's about 5 lengths in front of Bull to Run, who's at the tail of the field. As they get ready to transition to the backstretch, 6 furlongs to go. Merciless Annihilator goes to the opening quarter in 24 4/5. Go Yoshida shadows outside in second. Blame It On Daddy in no hurry towards the inside third. 2 lengths off the lead. 3 parts of a length back. Not for Nuttin's in 4th. Then 2.5 lengths to Evander Keen and a big gap of about 10 to Bull to Run, who trails the field. Merciless Annihilator goes to the opening half in 49 3/5 and has the lead by a little over a length. Go Yoshida stalks outside second. Blame It On Daddy scrubbed a punt for more speed as it's Not for Nuttin, who's on the outside, up into third. 5th place belongs to Evander Keen at about 7.5 lengths off the lead. And many lengths back to Bull to Run, who is at the tail of the field. Go Yoshida taking it to Merciless Annihilator on the turn. And these two are nip and tuck as they reach the top of the stretch. And Go Yoshida able to spurt clear. Go Yoshida with 3/16 to go widens the lead to 5 lengths. Merciless Annihilator cannot keep up. Not for Nuttin's on the outside, now up into a joint second. Then 4th place Evander Keen, 16th to go. It's Go Yoshida. Give jockey Cabercoa 2 wins on the card. Go Yoshida with a 2-race win streak. Not for Nuttin second. Merciless Annihilator third. Evander Keen 4th. Six, 5, 4, 1. Number 6, Go Yoshida first. Time for the mile, 140.03. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Go Yoshida. New York bred, 4-year-old dark brown gelding by Yoshida out of Caddo Mine. M. Anthony Ferrero, owner-trainer, Caber Coa, with a riding double today. Cummings, Davis, Kincaid, Newton, and Yoshida Syndicate, bred Go Yoshida. $6.90 the winning mutual, double $14.74, exacta $50.70, trifecta $32.26. Dime Super, $17.78. Pick 3, $134.27. Fifth race at Finger Lakes, put Andre Worry on number 4, Solo Street. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, lead pick 4 wagering. Post time. Race number 5 in about 20 minutes at 2:55 p.m.
We're getting ready for race number 5, and Go Yoshida looking good in victory. Just took over. Knew the route was probably the best thing for that horse, and he really strutted his stuff. Caber Koa for owner trainer M. Anthony Ferraro got some value with Not for Nothing second. I mean, that horse never, speaking of Not for Nothing, that horse never gets any respect here, and just continues to run well every time around this oval. 5th race, yeah, we're looking at it. This is our still late pick 4, and yeah, stay frosty, my friend. I think it was at the most interesting horse on the program here. Went a mile last time, lost by less than double digits in New York against the 25,000s. The 25,000 open maidens are better than our maiden special weights, so that race is good enough probably to beat most of these. This is a half to Crypto Causeway, horse that runs here and runs against some tough horses for Donna Beretta. Ran second in the George Barker, or was it the Leon Reed, I want to say, last year. Stay frosty, my friend. Currently at odds of 3-2, obviously would be no surprise. The 5 is Grizz at the gate, a little cold on the board at 9-2. Really did overcome a lot to be second in a race where there wasn't much speed, and Bee's Blessing just kind of got away on the front end and just wasn't looking back. And Bee's Blessing's no slouch anyway, but there was just no pace whatsoever. This horse not only broke slow, had traffic problems, and still was rolling late to be second. Probably would have caught that other rival with a clean trip. So he's a logical horse coming back here. He'll add Lasik since that race, make a second career start, and no mishaps puts him right there. And he's a price right now at odds of 9-2, and shouldn't be. The 2 is Hamilton Reasons. Going to be a little bit over bet in here as he comes in a little dressed up off a 3rd place finish against an easier field. Now he moves up to face older horses for the first time, but he does add Lasik, so maybe those that are betting him down to 5-2 expect improvement from his recent races. But he's not running badly against restricted races in 2 and 3, and now we'll have the test here, moving against tougher, against the older maiden special weights. Again, the first start off the layoff wasn't bad, but again, it was an easier field, restricted 3s, and if he could pass the first 2, he's certainly usable off of the recent form. I got him 3rd. And for 4th, anybody can get 4th. I thought one of the other barrel horse looks good, Charlie, my boy, off the 3rd place finish. But he finished behind his stablemate, and the other stablemate ran a lot bigger because he had trouble. The other one that's interesting is the first-time starter, the 8 Cryptic Bond. This is a half to Coin Jar, a horse that runs here, does have some natural speed, and runs pretty well here against allowance horses. This one's by Connect, out of that Dam by Awesome again. Again, Coin Jar out of that Mystery Mo, or Mystery Mix. Not the fastest of works for Cryptic Bond, but a positive sign that they're starting him against maiden special weights. Not getting much for play at all. Maybe that's not a good sign at odds of 20-1. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts in the 5th. You got about 7 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, fifth race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Pauper King and Luis Perez. Number 2, Hamilton's Reason, Jackie Davis up. Number 3, Stay Frosty, My Friend, Chris Elliott. Number 4, Solo Street, Jockey Change, Andre Worry. Number 5, Grizz at the Gate, and Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Jamaica Red, Talbert Howell, the rider. Number 7, Charlie My Boy, Jeremiah Flores in the irons. Number 8, Cryptic Bond, and Kevin Navarro. And number 9 is Almaz and Cabercoa, the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. Horses loading up for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Stay frosty, my friend. Solo Street. Grizz at the gate. Grizz at the gate, 2-1 second choice, 9-5 and Stay Frosty, my friend, 3-1 Hamilton's Reason. Jamaica Red going up. Charlie, my boy. Cryptic Bond. And Almez. Cryptic Bond goes in without the jockey. Almez to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Slow starts. Stay Frosty, my friend, and Cryptic Bond. It's Charlie, my boy, edging out for the lead. Grizz at the gate, closer to the pace today. Almez, Pink Blinkers in third. Solo Street tracks in fourth. A length and a half back to Jamaica Red in fifth. To the outside of Hamilton's Reason, then 4 lengths to Pauper King, is a length in front of Stay Frosty, my friend, and then about 8 lengths to the trailer. That's Cryptic Bond, who's at the tail of the field. Grizz at the gate on the point, has the lead by a length. Charlie, my boy, in chase mode in second. Almez 3 wide third. Solo Street towards the inside in fourth. 2 lengths back, Jamaica Red in fifth, and 6 lengths off the lead. Hamilton's Reason and Stay Frosty, my friend, are next, and 4 lengths to Pauper King. Many lengths back to Cryptic Bond as they turn into the stretch. Grizz at the gate, homeward bound, has a lead by a couple lengths over Charlie, my boy, all out in second. Solo Street is scraping the paint as it's Stay Frosty, my friend, on the outside. Stay Frosty, my friend, hitting his best stride, trying to get the Grizz at the gate, and he'll do exactly that. Stay Frosty, my friend, rolling home late to beat Grizz at the gate. And then it was Charlie, my boy, third, and Hamilton's Reason fourth.
All right, we're coming up on race number 6, and what looked like a two-horse race on paper actually turned into one. It was Stay Frosty by Friend beating out Grizz at the gate to get the win, and it was Chris Elliott arriving and getting the victory for Greg Sacco. No big surprises in that race. Actually paid pretty well considering it was really the only two you could play. An allowance race is the 6, and everyone 2 condition going a mile. This race is a little different. I think you can spread out a little bit more if you're playing picks, or there's a few of them that have a chance in this particular race. Start off with the 6, Hey Pal. Hey Pal probably won't be the favorite, will be one of the horses played. He ran as a 2-year-old here, and he ran okay. He was running in the Aspirant and the New York Breeders' Futurity and made a decent account of himself. You're not going to beat Arctic Beast. That horse was a pretty good one as a 2-year-old. And to lose by less than double digits, pretty good. So he came back in a regular maiden race, was the main speed on a muddy track, but he just absolutely dominated the maidens going a mile. They probably fooled his connections a little bit, thought he was better than what he is, but so they tried him in the New York Stallion Series Stakes, and he was way overmatched. So he comes off the layoff, adds Lasix, gets over bet, but actually did run pretty well to be 4th. I don't know what the public was expecting by betting him down like that, but give him another chance today. I mean, he probably needed the mile race coming off the layoff, and he looked like a horse that needed the race. Today, I would rather take 8-5 on him than last time. I didn't really think that he could win last time, but he got bet, and that's a positive sign. The 2-horse is Caddy Master for Linda Rice, who was claimed for 17. So it seems like a proper spot. Was competitive against the one other thens, and then last race just did not like the slop. So arrives here at Finger Lakes. This should be an easier race for Caddy Master and an obvious player. Just wouldn't take too short a price because the race did come up relatively tough for the level. The 7 is Not for Hire. Well, you saw how good Go Yoshida is. I think that makes Not for Hire look that much better. It was a sprint race, but Go Yoshida stayed close and wore the horse down and won. Go Yoshida looked really good stretching out in victory the other day. Now, can Not for Hire do the same thing? Can he stretch out and run a better race going a mile? He's certainly bred to go further. They were trying mostly on the turf before arriving here, but his 2 dirt races here aren't that bad, and you got to think that the longer the better. Give him a big chance in here, especially after watching the winner come back and win. Now, you look at that from that respect, from a key race respect, the 2 races that he's run at Finger Lakes, the winner now has come back to win their next start. Prince of Dance came back to win, and Go Yoshida came back to win today. That really makes Not for Hire. I wonder if it's too late to change my picks. That makes Not for Hire a big, strong player in here off of that victory. I actually picked him second. The 1-horse Sunday Currency was in that group. There's 3 or 4 of them at the wire together as Instant Success started getting tired late. Here come the closers. Sweet Tone ran well, and Sunday's Currency rallying between horses almost got there. So any improvement off that race for Sunday's Currency puts this horse in the mix and a possible win threat as well. So a pretty competitive race for race number 6. We're going to start the late pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double, also available in here. We do have rider changes in this race. Jackie Davis is going to be on the 4, Doha Desert, and Louis Perez on the 8, High Yield Hunt.
Horses coming on the track for the sixth race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Sunday's Currency and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2, Caddy Master Oscar Gomez. Number 3, So Spirited and Stephen Frett. Number 4, Doha Desert, Jackie Davis, the jockey change. Number 5 is New Matthew and Chris Russell. Number 6, Hey Pal, Cabercoa. Number 7, Not for Hire, Kevin Navarro. And number 8, High Yield Hunk. And Luis Perez, the jockey change. Post time in just a few minutes. Two minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race 6. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Sunday's Currency, the first to go up. New Matthew. Hey Pal. Then Not for Hire and High Yield Hunk. Not for Hire. High Yield Hunk to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Hey Pal, Not for Hire setting out for the lead. Doha Desert in the 3-path. Caddy Master and Sunday's Currency towards the rail. 5 across the track as they lean into that first turn. Sunday's Currency, Doha Desert, Not for Hire, first, second, and third. And then a length and a half back to Hey Pal, who's in mid-flight in fourth, to the outside of Caddy Master, fifth. A length and a half to So Spirited, who's about a half length in front of New Matthew. And a break of about 7 lengths to the trailer. That is High Yield Hunk. First quarter mile clicked off in 24 seconds, 3 across the track as they race up the backstretch. Sunday's Currency has the lead and the inside. Doha Desert in between horses in second. Not for Hire, 3 wide in third and a length and a half off the lead. 2.5 lengths back to Hey Pal and 4 to the outside of the gray Caddy Master. Then 3 more lengths to So Spirit, who's 3 parts of a length in front of New Matthew. And then a space of about 8 to High Yield Hunk, who trails. The opening half in 48 seconds. They're on the far turn. Not for Hire from third up into the lead. Sunday's Currency's all in. It's Hey Pal launching and rallying outside in second. Caddy Master is now up into a joint third. Doha Desert drops back, and then it's New Matthew and So Spirit is as they turn into the home stretch. Not for Hire's homeward bound. Caddy Master comes through towards the inside of the challenge. Hey Pal's in third and 2.5 off the lead. A showdown 16th to go between Not for Hire and Caddy Master. Not for Hire continues to fight on the front end. Not for Hire, give Navarro 2 on the card. Caddy Master second. Hey Pal third, fourth. Sunday's Currency. 7261. Number 7, Not for Hire, first. Time for the mile, 140.73. Back to the winner's circle, number 7, Not for Hire. New York bred 4-year-old duck run gelding by Not This Time out of Shiza Truckin'. Windy Lee Farm owns, Jonathan Buckley trains, Kevin Navarro the winning jockey. Windy Lee Farm, New York LLC, bred Not for Hire. It's 2 wins in the card for Windy Lee Farm, Jonathan Buckley, and Kevin Navarro. $5.74 the winning mutual. Double will get you back $21.76. Exacta $20.82. 50-cent try, $13.64. Super, $4.38. Pick 4 for a $4, $33.28. To race number 7 from Finger Lakes, scratch number 3, Mira Viglioso. You got win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and daily double wagering. Post time in 25 minutes at 4:01 p.m.
Okay, sixth race. Pretty good finish, and you probably could have gone to school on Go Yoshida winning earlier. It made Not for Hire look that much better because he had run second behind two next out winners after watching Go Yoshida win that race. So probably why he took some extra money late and went off as the favorite. But looked good in victory. Another win for Kevin Navarro. He gets that win for John Buckley. Seventh race, an allowance race. We scratched the three, Maravaglosa. Pretty classy field here for this allowance level. It's a non-winners estate bred condition. Not a lot of pace in here, so I'm not so sure Inside Speed's as great today, but Idle Gossip looks like she could control the pace. It's just a matter of, is she good enough coming off the layoff from September? She didn't run a lot last year, only 5 starts in 2025, but she did win. And going back to her 2-year-old season, they thought a lot of her. They tried her in against the boys again in the New York Breeders' Futurity before winning the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes. So that was a minor stake that she won. But one thing she can boast is she's a stakes winner against these allowance horses. The biggest issue is the break. I mean, she's been off a layoff, but she does appear to be the speed of the race. Is she good enough to be horses like Irish Jackson and Apollonia Vitelli, who look like they're running very well in the condition they've been out this year? And that from a fitness edge, I think Irish Jackson and class edge, Irish Jackson looks pretty good in here. I mean, this horse ran second and fourth over her last 2 starts in those starter conditions. They paid $82,000 a 2-year-old for this horse. And the big thing is these connections. Chris Elliott already won a race earlier today. Robert Falcone is a perfect 2 for 2 in horses he's brought to Finger Lakes. Lot to like, probably be the favorite just based on class and the trainer's record. It's got to be used. The 4, Apollonia Vitelli, ran good off the break. This horse had been off since August and only lost the length. That was an easier field than this one, but there wasn't a ton of speed in there either. Zen Lu, who was coming off the layoff, was probably a little bit of a surprise that that one won because she was technically out of condition, and she ended up winning the race anyway. But this one ran well considering the layoff, and if she moves forward from that race, second start off the layoff, she could be awfully tough in here. And she's a big top 3 threat at least, and a decent price on her at 3-1. Mia Nipatina's done a little wrong. She keeps going further and further. She's losing her fitness edge that she had at the beginning of the season. One of the advantages that she had, even though they're not her best distances, these sprints, was she was coming from New York with that fitness against horses that weren't fit. But she's run 2 bang-up. Actually, every race she's ran has been pretty good. I mean, she's technically at the mercy of the pace when you consider her running style, but she's showing some punch in these sprints where she's closing ground if she could get a pace to run at. She gets a little more distance today. I mean, a mile would be perfect for her, but today's 6 furlongs. If they do back up, she's got that punch, and look for her to be rolling late. I just didn't see a lot of speed in here, with the exception of Idle Gossip, unless somebody else goes with Idle Gossip early, or like Moontown. Moontown could try to be aggressive. She did win on the front end, so they may try to be, but that horse doesn't have a lot of speed. She just inherited in a slow, paceless race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7. Again, we scratched the 3, Maravaglosa.
Horses coming on the track for race 7 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 3. Number 1 is Idle Gossip and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2, Moontown and Cabercoa. Number 4 is Apollonia Vitelli, Andre Worry. Number 5 is Mia Nipotina, Luis Perez. Number 6, Dream On Cara, Jose Baez. And number 7 is Irish Jackson and jockey Chris Elliott. Post time in a few. Two minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares to go 6 furlongs. 6 to 5, number 7, Irish Jackson. 9 to 5, number 1, Idle Gossip. Dream on Cara walking up. Irish Jackson to the outside. Even money, Irish Jackson. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like an even dispatch. It's Moontown dashing out for the lead. Idle Gossip towards the inside in second. Apollonia Vitelli 3 wide in third as Idle Gossip got off the rail to the 2 path, now contending for the top spot. 4th place belongs to Irish Jackson to the outside of Mia Nipotina, and 2.5 lengths to Dream on Cara in the 6th in trailing position. 2 distinct flights, about 10 lengths from top to bottom. Moontown on top of Idle Gossip. Apollonia Vitelli, red blinkers outside third, 2.5 off the lead. A space of 3 lengths to Irish Jackson, starting a rally outside 4th, and it's Mia Nipotina who's a half length in front of Dream on Cara. First quarter, 23 seconds, less than 2.5 furlongs to go. Idle Gossip and Moontown first and second. Apollonia Vitelli under a drive in third. Irish Jackson goes wide in fourth, and it's Dream on Cara as they turn into the stretch. Idle Gossip and Moontown, these two scrimmage for the top spot. Irish Jackson bearing down on the outside in third, and look out for Irish Jackson. Irish Jackson with a fast and furious rally to the outside of Idle Gossip, and then it's Moontown, but it's Irish Jackson. Give jockey Chris Elliott 2 on the card. Idle Gossip second. Then it was Moontown, Mia Nipotina. Seven, 1, 2, 5. Number 7, Irish Jackson first. 6 furlongs, clicked off in 112.59. 7125. Back to the winner's circle, number 7, Irish Jackson. New York bred, 7-year-old chestnut mare by Union Jackson out of Irish Penny. Owned by Beast Mode Racing and Stop Playing Stables. Robert Falcone Jr., the trainer. Chris Elliott with the riding double today. Mark Toothaker and Mike Evans, Red Irish Jackson. $6.10 the winning mutual, double $14.48, exacta $13.20, trifecta $26.14, dime super $18.88. Eighth and final Finger Lakes, scratch the 3, Deputy Tremont, and the 4, Rockable. Put Stephen Fred on number 6. It's not over yet. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, as well as traditional win, place, and show. 22 minutes to the 8th and final from Finger Lakes on a Tuesday.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card, and good looking performance by Irish Jackson. Robert Falcone is undefeated with the horses he sends here. Chris Elliott with a couple wins on the day. Good looking performance by Irish Jackson. A little help from Boontown, who sent to the front end today to soften up idle gossip and really help the chances of Irish Jackson, who was probably best anyway. All right, we scratched the 3, Deputy Tremont, and the 4, Rockable. Really surprised by the early money here. They got the other Chris Aguilar horse getting some money. John's in charge in for the waiver claim. But you got to think class-wise, Aries Magic really lays over this field. I guess there's some red flags. The fact that he is coming back for 5,000. He's never seen this level, and he's off a little bit of a layoff since March. We'll see. I mean, class-wise, he really should beat this field. And the fact that he's so cold on the board is a little bit of a concern. Likes this distance, both wins at the distance, and just has a big class edge. And he's currently at 4-1. The other one I thought probably the best shot to beat him would be the other Chris Aguilar trainee. John's in charge, had been facing tougher before dropping to 5 at the end of the year, and he lost to a couple of good ones. The stablemate Creation of Adam and Brewing, who's no slouch. That one came back to win out of that race as well, and he dropped that day. Well, he's off a layoff since October, but he's better than the rest of them. Looks like Chris Aguilar holds all the cards for this race. I guess if you're looking for somebody other than Engelhard, maybe the one, Yohida Moneymaker. Julie Pearson looking for her first career win, not out of the question here. Comes off a good performance going short. Goes an extra half furlong today. Obviously, he wants to go even longer, but he didn't miss by much against an easier field last time in for a waiver claim. So it wouldn't be a big surprise if he won this one. Looks like he's at least a big top 3 threat in today's final race. The only other one taking money is the 5 St. James, but he wants a lot longer distance. No early speed for this one, but if a pace does develop, it gives him a chance. Just doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in here. Aries Magic might be the one to just go to the front end and keep going. Who else has speed? Maybe it's not over yet. Really, I mean, it just seems like a big advantage for Aries Magic, and it's just kind of surprising the price on the board of him right now. He's currently at odds of 4-1, and may control the pace as well as just be the best horse in today's last race. So we continue with live racing one more day this week, Wednesday, and we continue Monday through Wednesday racing for the entire summer, the whole season. So tomorrow will be our next racing day with a 12:55 first post. We'll see you then.
On the track for the 8th and final Finger Lakes, scratch the 3 and 4. Number 1, Yohida Moneymaker and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2 is Ari's Magic, J.M. Rohina. Number 5, St. James, Jeremiah's Floor is Up. Number 6, It's Not Over Yet, Jockey Change, Stephen Frett. Number 7, Redoubtable Ripken, Jackie Davis. And number 8, John's in Charge, and Andre Worry. Post time in a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6, 8 to 5 favorite, number 2 Ari's Magic, 5 to 2 in both the 1 Yohida Moneymaker, and number 8 John's in Charge. It's not over yet. Redoubtable Ripken and John's in Charge. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's not over yet. Motors out for the front end. Ari's Magic flashing early speed in second. John's in Charge outside of him in third. Then 2 lengths back to Yohida Moneymaker, mid-flight in fourth. 3 parts of a length to Redoubtable Ripken of the Red Blinkers, second last. And 2 lengths to St. James in the sixth in trailing position. Up the backstretch, it's not over yet. Goes to the opening quarter in 23 and a fifth. Ari's Magic in pursuit in second. John's in Charge still outside of him in third. A gap of about 8 lengths back to Yohida Moneymaker in fourth. A length and a half to Redoubtable Ripken, who's to the outside of St. James at the back. 2 distinct flights, 2.5 furlongs to go. It's not over yet. Taken on by Ari's Magic and John's in Charge. They're outside second and third. Then about 10 lengths back to St. James and the others as they have 3/16 to go. It's not over yet, but it's Ari's Magic. Ari's Magic gets that lead from It's Not Over Yet. John's in Charge outside second, a length and a half off the lead. Many lengths back to St. James and Redoubtable Ripken, 16th to go. Ari's Magic leads by a length and a half over John's in Charge. That's how they'll finish. Ari's Magic in front. John's in Charge second. It's Not Over Yet third. St. James fourth. Two 865, number 2 Ari's Magic first. to the winner's circle, number 2, Ari's Magic. Kentucky bred. 5-year-old bay originally by Good Magic out of Ari the Adventurer. My Purple Haze Stables owns. Chris Engelhardt trains. GM Rohina, the winning jockey. Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings bred Ari's Magic. $2.82 the winning mutual. Double $9.46. Super $6.51. Pick 3 $8.81. Pick 4 $34.59. Pick 5 5 of 5. $134.95. Trifecta $8.90. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes on a Tuesday. Next live racing date will be tomorrow, Wednesday. First post at 12:55 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.